All right, we are going to call to order the January 2nd, 2024 Committee of the Whole meeting. Clerk, will you call the roll, or Samantha, I'm sorry.
Commissioner Strips,
Here.
Vice Chair Taylor,
Here.
Commissioner Wheeler,
Here.
Commissioner DeLuke.
Here.
Commissioner Gisler,
Here.
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler,
Here.
Commissioner Mazer,
Here.
Commissioner Morales,
Present.
Chair Ray. We have 9 present.
Thank you so much. So the next item on the agenda is public comment time. This is the time when anyone may address the board on any topic. If you would like to address the board, please come to the podium. Please state your name and tell us where you're from. Please limit your remarks to 3 minutes. Your time is displayed, and once your 3 minutes are up, your time to speak has finished. This is a time to provide input in a professional and respectful manner. Hello.
Good afternoon. My name is Karen Brady Lambert. I'm a resident of Augusta and Kalamazoo County, and I'm here as the chair of the America 250 Committee for the Lucinda Hinsdale Stone chapter of the NSDAR in Kalamazoo. In 2026, celebrations of the 250th anniversary of the founding of our country will be in full swing all over Michigan. As quoted from A Common Cause to All, a resolution of the states gathered in partnership on the 250th anniversary of Virginia's Committee of Correspondence, quote, "This nationwide commemorandum is a call for all Americans to embrace this historic moment, unique in our lifetimes, and to act upon it by renewing our commitment to the unfinished pursuit of a more perfect union," end quote. Governor Whitmer established America 250 Michigan to encourage cities, counties, and municipalities to celebrate. The goal of America 250 Michigan is to fully engage the people of Michigan in commemorating the 250th anniversary of the United States. It is a unique opportunity to reflect on the founding of the United States, the American Revolution's role in Michigan's history, and the impact these and other historic events have had on the people of Michigan's past, present, and future. The America 250 Michigan Committee seeks to generate a spirit of collaboration across the state through municipalities, cultural and civic organizations, libraries, schools, and community groups. It is our hope that those networks will embrace the entirety of the nation's story, recognizing the importance of good, bad, and ambivalent histories, while setting the stage for a more compassionate and united future through carefully considered programs, events, and exhibits. The National Society Daughters of the American Revolution have also established a National America 250 Committee to support the nation's goals of celebration. The overall goal is not only to honor men and women who achieved American independence, but also educate others about their service and sacrifice, and to raise awareness of the patriots who supported the cause of liberty during the American Revolutionary War. We are here today for approval to identify a local committee in Kalamazoo with representatives from municipalities, cultural and civic organizations, libraries, schools, community groups, and to start getting events on the America 250 Michigan calendar by proactively starting to organize now. Maybe we call it America 250 Michigan Kalamazoo. I don't know. Thank you for your time and your support.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to make public comment? All right, seeing none, looks like we're not online. Oh, we are? Cool. No hands are raised. Thank you. All right, so we'll close public comment time. So item number 3, we have public hearing to consider a proposed amendment of the Kalamazoo County Accommodations Ordinance. Is there a motion?
Make
On
the
your
motion,
second
Chair.
page, okay.
I'll make a motion to enter into a public hearing to consider a proposed amendment of the Kalamazoo County Accommodation Ordinance.
Right, it's been properly moved and supported. No.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
thank you. For the record, Lou Smith, Assistant Corporation Counsel. I'd just like to inform and remind the public that what this proposed amendment seeks to do is to allow the county treasurer to collect delinquent accommodation taxes as part of property taxes, and if necessary, to collect the delinquent accommodation taxes following the foreclosure and sale of a property at auction. I also like to remind the public that any comments made are restricted to this proposed ordinance. Thank you so much, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Are there,
I'll wait till after the public.
okay, are there any members of the public who wish to make comment at this time? Anyone online? Seeing none, Abby, you got another motion?
No,
Oh,
I'll do it after we. come
okay.
And then I will move to come out of the public hearing.
All right, it's been properly moved and supported. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right, we are out. Vice Chair?
One quick question for Lou. So this ordinance would follow the property, correct? Not the owner.
That is correct.
All right, so next up we have, let's see, something else.
Chair, do I make that motion now? That's in our packet.
So it
would
says
assume
after
so.
second reading.
Yeah. You want me to do it now?
Do we wait until the second reading?
Oh, yeah, it does say it. Second reading.
That's okay. I was kind of confused because it wasn't right after that. But that's okay. We got you coming up. All right, so item number 4 is review of accounts payable and payroll disbursements from our finance director, Mr. Post.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair Pro Tem, Board of Commissioners. We have an accounts payable claims list totaling $2,908,630.39 is prepared for review. Of this total, the Board of Commissioners asked to approve claims totaling $2,658,036.35. Payroll disbursements totaling $3,919,528.27 are presented for the June 21st general and June 28th elected payrolls. And there's no conflicts of interest with this batch of claims. Are there any questions?
Seeing no questions. Thank you, Director Post.
Thank you.
And next up, we have capital improvement discussion from Deputy County Administrator Cole.
Thank you, Chair, and to the board. Wanted to give you a brief update of the committee's work. They reviewed 49 different separate capital requests for a total of 2.3 or $2.4 million. The committee deliberated, reviewed those recommendations and put forth before the board projects totaling $1.4 million. The majority of these projects are supporting of regular operations, particularly from B&G and Park and Expo. Post this recommendation, the committee will continue to meet to review policies and procedures. As you are aware, there are some other efforts going on with the facilities master plan and some others that will have more of a long range approach to these requests. And we're also looking to make some more efficiencies in staff education. So what we experienced were numerous requests that really did not fit into capital and other requests that were part of larger facility plans or asset plans, particularly with parks, that would become before the board for larger, long-range investments. So the committee did endeavor in that work to make those separations. So we will, right now we have scheduled 2 meetings to update the policies, the financial policies related to the CIP committee, and then also the fleet committee. One major change is really the impact of leasing the vehicles. So significant dollars were pulled out from the capital process and wanting to move and recommend into operational budgets for supporting of leasing. So it's no longer capital, it's leasing. So the committee is working through those processes and procedures at this time.
Thank you. Wondering if you can send those recommendations out to us. They're not in our packets.
Yep, that's, we will certainly do so via email.
Okay.
It should be in the packet, but
Thank you.
yeah.
Are there any questions, commissioners? Vice Chair?
Yeah, after we, commissioners get that information, we've traditionally in the county, I think we did it a little bit differently last time, but we've traditionally in the county attached our CIP request to the 2025 budget, with next year's budget process. So those funds would be distributed in usually January of next year. Is there a way that we can do that quicker as inflationary costs continue to rise, and a lot of these costs that they put in for a vehicle or put in for, now, obviously vehicles aren't in there anymore, but put in for whatever capital improvement they needed. As inflationary costs rise, some of those dollars might not be the exact same amount in January of next year. Not saying that we need to do it today or tomorrow or anything like that, but is it possible that we can move it from solely attached to the budget process so they could spend it on January 1st, but allowing some of these departments the flexibility to do that earlier?
We can certainly take that back to the committee and have that discussion about how to manage that. One of the concern areas really is making sure that, the fiscal year remains pure. So trying to spend next year's money early can be problematic. However, how we fund CIP here is with fund balance, so it's a little more flexibility, but we need to get together in committee to figure out how to best do that. I think there are things operationally that we can do as far as the bid process. One of the efficiencies is really lining that up and scheduling appropriately and contracting and trying to lock in prices with firm start dates. So that's a little bit of project management and portfolio management that we can talk about. We can get deeper into that with the committee conversation.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you, Deputy Administrator. Right, item number 6, we have a review of the State Disaster Contingency Fund Grant Resolution. That was a mouthful. Are we reading that or are we talking about it, Administrator?
Thank you, Chair. Board of Commissioners, so tonight there's a resolution before you that is on the Committee of the Whole, but also on the regular meeting to pass, as the state has a deadline of July 15th and we don't meet until the 16th. And it's a resolution to declare assistance or request assistance from the state's disaster contingency fund. And that's a fund that has no money in it currently. So, but the legislature and the governor are working on funding that. So that's why they're requesting that we put in a request for that. And our request right now is sitting at around $749,000. So that includes all the ARPA funds that we awarded to the municipalities and the United Way for disaster relief. And then it also includes some of the costs associated with the drainage or the county drain repairs, then also includes some funding in their reimbursement requests for sheriff's office overtime for road commission, and then some contracts, cleanup contractors that they've started to incur. So the total reimbursement request is $749,414.08. And then we'll see what they will award us once they fund that disaster contingency fund. So the resolution just basically speaks to that solely. It was reviewed by the emergency management coordinator, Mike Korfman. So I sent it to the sheriff's office. He reviewed it, the application and the resolution, and then we had Corporation Counsel review it too. So it's should be all set to send out to the state after this meeting.
All right, sounds good. Thank you, Administrator. So that was our first time. So will we see it again at 7 and vote on it then? Okay.
That's correct.
Okay. So next up, we have the second reading of the proposed amendment of the Kalamazoo County Accommodations Ordinance. Would anyone like to read that? Oh.
Chair, I'll make a motion to take from the table the proposed ordinance to amend the accommodations tax ordinance and that it be considered, read twice, and placed on the regular board agenda for consideration.
All right, moved by Commissioner Wheeler, supported by Commissioner Morales. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? The motion carries. And do we have a closed session?
We do not.
All right, so it looks like we are adjourned at 4:15. See you at 7. All right, we will call to order the July 2nd regular Board of Commissioners meeting. And we will allow Administrator Catlin to introduce our new Assistant Corporate Counsel.
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair Pro Tem, and Commissioners. So tonight I'd like to introduce Ed Winkler. He's our second Assistant Corporation Counsel. He started his position here with the county on June 24th, which is odd because it seems like he's been here forever already. So he's really been hitting the ground running with the assistance of Lou, and we're so happy to have him as part of the team. So I just wanted to introduce you all to him. Thank you.
Thank you, Administrator Catlin, and welcome, Ed. And so item number 1 is our invocation and reflection, and Commissioner Stubbs will lead us through that.
I'm gonna just offer a reflection for us today. I was hoping to have some guests with us this evening, but I think in light of national events, I'm called to just share some of the reflections on tyranny and democracy from our founding fathers, just a few of them. We come up soon on our 4th of July holiday, and as we'll hear from our community and a resolution recognizing hopefully soon the 250th birthday of our nation. Enlighten the people generally, and tyranny and oppressions of body and mind will vanish like evil spirits at the dawn of day. It's Thomas Jefferson. A nation of well-informed men who have been taught to know and prize the rights which God has given them cannot be enslaved. It is in the region of ignorance that tyranny begins. It's Benjamin Franklin. The opinion which gives us, the judges, the right to decide what laws are constitutional and what not only for themselves in their own sphere of action, but for the legislature and the executive also in their spheres, would make the judiciary a despotic branch. It's Thomas Jefferson. Democracy is recognized as a government of laws and not of men, by John Adams. And remember that democracy never lasts long. It soon wastes, exhausts, and murders itself. There never was a democracy yet that did not commit suicide. And that is John Adams. These are a few quotes that just call us to be challenged and to reflect on the call of our times, on the issues that are prescient and at hand right now. You know, these concerns have been lifted up through the history of our nation, and they must be heard clearly now. That what is in front of us is the future for us and our posterity, is one we must take very seriously and understand what is at stake each step that we take forward. So let us pray. Dear God, please guide us to see reason and humanity, truth and justice. Let us veer away from the impulses of tyranny. Let us move towards freedom, reconciliation, cooperation. And let this board here today do its small part in that endeavor, and let us never turn away from the challenge before us. Amen. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Commissioner Stubbs. Item number 3, we have roll call. Samantha, will you call the roll, please?
Commissioner Stubbs,
Here.
Vice Chair Taylor,
Here.
Commissioner Wheeler, Commissioner DeLu.
Here.
Commissioner Gisler,
Here.
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler.
Here.
Commissioner Mazer,
Here.
Commissioner Morales,
Present.
Chair Ray. You have 8 present.
Thank you. So item number 4, proclamation. Commissioner Stubbs, will you read that and present it for us today?
I should have practiced the title ahead of time. A resolution establishing the Kalamazoo County Semi-Quincentennial Committee. Whereas the year 2026 marks the 250th anniversary, the signing of the Declaration of Independence, a seminal event in the history of the United States. And whereas it is inappropriate to celebrate this monumental occasion through appropriate public ceremonies and activities that honor the history and heritage of our nation. And whereas such a celebration can provide an opportunity to enhance the understanding and appreciation of liberty and democracy upon which the United States was founded. And whereas a dedicated committee can effectively organize, plan, and execute a series of commemorative events and educational programs throughout Kalamazoo County. Now therefore be it resolved, the Kalamazoo County Board of Commissioners hereby establishes the Kalamazoo County Semi-Quincentennial Committee. Be it further resolved that the committee will be tasked with planning and coordinating countywide activities and events to celebrate the 250th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence, including but not limited to parades, speeches, public readings of the Declaration, and educational seminars. Be it further resolved that the committee shall consist of a set number of members who will be appointed by the Board of Commissioners and shall include representatives from local historical societies, educational institutions, and other relevant stakeholders. Be it further resolved that the committee is charged with presenting a comprehensive plan for the semi-quincentennial celebrations to the Board of Commissioners no later than a date to be specified, and will seek to engage with state and national organizations as commemorating this historic milestone. It's adopted on the second day of July, 2024, the regular meeting of the Board of Commissioners. So moved.
All right, it's been properly moved and supported. Excuse me. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Any abstentions? Okay, the motion carries. I believe we have a copy of it. Commissioner Stubbs and Elizabeth is here if you want to present it to her. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Stubbs. Next item is communications. We have 2024-802 Eaton County Resolution opposing MDHHS announced structural strategies. And then 2024-803 Muskegon County Resolution requesting the Michigan State Legislature support the state Senate's local prosecutor support line item on the fiscal year 2025 budget. Any communications that commissioners would like to present? All right, seeing none, we will move to item 6, approval of the minutes.
I move that we approve the June 18th, 2024 Committee of the Whole and regular draft meeting minutes.
It has been moved by Vice Chair Taylor, supported by Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler. Any discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right, the minutes are approved. Item number 7, approval of the agenda.
I'll make a motion to approve the agenda as presented.
Moved by Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler, supported by Vice Chair Taylor. Any discussion? All right, seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? The agenda is approved. And the next item on the agenda is public comment time. This is a time when anyone may address the board on any topic. If you would like to address the board, please come to the podium. Please state your name and tell us where you're from. Please limit your remarks to 3 minutes. Your time is displayed, and once your 3 minutes are up, your time to speak is finished. This is a time to provide input in a professional and respectful manner. Good evening, Director Balkema.
Good evening, Honorable Chair, Vice Chair, Vice Chair Pro Tem Board of Commissioners. I put on your dais handout on the Portage and Stanley development. And I wanted to show you, it's gone through a few iterations, but it's going to be 45 new homes with curb and gutter and infrastructure. We have 500,000 in ARPA into it, matched with $1 million with the city of Portage. Also, a federal earmark is into the infrastructure. And then the county has $3 million into these homes. They're ready to go in front of the Planning Commission. It will be on a community land trust, so the homes will be affordable in perpetuity. AVB is the developer. On the handout, you can see the styles of homes, I think, on the last page. So this project is getting ready to start. We had a neighborhood input session last week. Some of the comments were they would like to see a few more trees in the space, which will also happen. So I wanted to give you an update. This is probably the largest single family project that we've done to date, and that is really to scale. So we are very excited about it. If you're interested, there is a link on the Portage City website. They are taking interest. 45 homes in this environment will go quickly. I've sent it out to the directors at the county. We would love to see our county employees in here. So if you would like the link, I'll share it with Kevin and he can share it with you. And obviously fair housing is first come, first serve. So whoever gets to the finish line first is eligible for these houses. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing that.
Good evening, Chair, Vice Chair, Commissioners. My name is Angelique Camfield. I'm here from 821 Berkshire Drive. And as you may have known or seen in the community, I am running for the Ninth Circuit Judge open position, not one of the incumbents, but the newly created seat by the legislature. It is, according to Chief Judge DeGear, going to be a 99% felony criminal docket. I'm here to tell you that of the 3 candidates, I am the only individual who is qualified to run that docket. I have practiced law consistently for 27 years. 15 of those years I served as a prosecutor in Kalamazoo County, Allegan County, and Calhoun County, where I helped to initiate a domestic violence treatment court in Calhoun County. And that is something that I want to bring to our county. We have an excellent domestic violence diversion program, but a treatment court would be more intensive and is something that we need. Additionally, I'd like to create a mental health coalition of law enforcement, service providers, and judiciary, and some probation agents, things of that nature, so that we can brainstorm how to get more victim services, veteran services, and even services for offenders into our county. We have some excellent providers. We just don't have enough of them. We have people on waiting lists that should not have to wait for trauma services or treatment. Additionally, I have done public defense work for approximately 9 years on the county contract when I had my own office. During that time, I advocated for clients to go into treatment programs when it was appropriate. As a judge, I would know both sides of the stories that are presented to me in court. Everyone would have a voice. My courtroom would be run fairly, efficiently, and effectively, where victims are heard, but also defendants have properly proceeding with trials and counsel that can adequately represent them. I would be there to ensure that the evidence that goes forward in the case is only the evidence that is admissible, and that sentences would be appropriate. Having represented both the people and my defense clients, I know how to do so and to fairly and adequately sentence those to prison who need to be removed from society for our community's safety, but also to treat those that can be rehabilitated. And I would just ask that you take a look at my website. It's votecamfield.com. It goes into some more experience that I have had, inclusive of a case that I prosecuted by myself against 3 defense counsel. I see that's my timer. So have a wonderful evening and thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Step right up.
Commissioner, Sheriff, everybody, Al, good evening. My name is Steve Cesar. I live at 2309 Inverness Lane Apartments, Kalamazoo, Michigan. I wanted to bring up about taxes. Me and my uncle Al Cesar are doing taxes for people in the community. Perhaps we're not paying enough taxes. I wish the whole human race would get along. And that's all I have to say. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It's a nice tie. Are there any other members of the public who wish to make public comment at this time? All right, seeing none. No hands raised on Zoom.
No hands raised, Chair.
Thank you, Dina. Moving right along, item number 9, consent agenda items. Commissioner Stubbs, will you take us through that, please?
Yes. Right, under Board of Commissioners, item 679, request for approval of a vendor agreement between Kalamazoo County Government and Coward Group Incorporated to renovate the Gull Road Justice Complex building to construct a new courtroom and judges' chambers. 788, request for approval of financial policy amendment for cash management. 798, request for approval of state disaster contingency fund grant resolution. 762, request for approval of 1, notice of adoption of amending Kalamazoo County Accommodation Ordinance, and 2, resolution amending Kalamazoo County Accommodation Ordinance. Under Buildings and Grounds, item number 684, request for approval to purchase the Healy Street Solar Field, Circuit Court. 697, request for renewal of the contract agreement between Ninth Circuit Court Problem Solving Courts and Family Counseling and Mediation. 699, request to renew the contractual agreement between Ninth Circuit Court Problem Solving Courts and the Great Work LLC. Item 700, request to renew the contractual agreement between Ninth Circuit Court Problem Solving Courts and Kalamazoo Empowerment Services PLC. Under Finance, 577, recommendation for approval of accounts payable and payroll disbursements. 731, request for approval of 3-year renewal to master subscription agreement with Amplifund for grant lifecycle management. 747, request for approval of various budget adjustments and transfers, housekeeping. 753, request for approval of position elimination and creation. Under Health and Community Services, item 619, request for approval and signature of the Area Agency on Aging Region 3A Fiscal Year 25 Annual Implementation Plan. 745, request for approval of FTE increase for school-based health center medical assistant from 0.8 to 1.0 FTE. 746, request for approval and signature of lien release from the Community Services Block Grant, document number 2001-028670. Under Housing, item number 708, request for the county board to utilize their local option to acquire a tax foreclosed property located at 2131 Potomac in the city of Portage, not otherwise optioned by the state of Michigan or other local units of government per MCL 211.78M. 733, request for approval and signature of amendment number 1 with Valley Vision Construction and Development LLC. Their Human Resources, number 682, request for approval and signature of 2024 through 2027 Pine Rest contract for EAP services. Under the sheriff, item 695, request for approval of and signature on professional services agreement between the County of Kalamazoo and McDonald's Towing and Rescue Incorporated. 702, request for approval of and signature on professional services agreement between the County of Kalamazoo and Henkinnick Process Service Incorporated. Move that all items be considered at one time as our consent agenda.
Moved by Commissioner Shrub, supported by Vice Chair Taylor. It was a tie, but I'm gonna just choose you. Will you call the roll for us, please?
Commissioner Wheeler. Commissioner Dooley. Sorry.
Yes.
Commissioner Gisler.
Yes.
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler.
Yes.
Commissioner Mazer.
Yes.
Commissioner Morales.
Yes.
Chair Ray.
Yes.
Chair Stribbs. I'm
Yes.
sorry, Commissioner
Commissioner
Stribbs.
Thank you. Yes.
Vice Chair Taylor.
Yes.
Right, you have 8 yes.
Thank you. All right, item number 10, we have no unfinished business. We have no new business. So the next item on the agenda is public comment time. This is a time when anyone may address the board on any topic. If you would like to address the board, please come to the podium. Please state your name and tell us where you're from. Please limit your remarks to 3 minutes. Your time is displayed, and once your 3 minutes are up, your time to speak has finished. This is a time to provide input in a professional and respectful manner. Are there any members of the public who wish to make comment at this time? Welcome back.
Hi, good evening. Thank you so much. I just wanted to tell you who some of my endorsements are for the campaign. They include former and retired Judge Alexander Lipsy, former and retired Judge Patricia Conlon, Amber DePoit Goodlock, who is the Children's Advocacy Center Director for Calhoun County Sexual Assault Services. I have also presented her as an expert witness before. She's very familiar with my ability as a prosecutor and the way I present cases and work with multidisciplinary teams. I also have an endorsement from former Detective Sergeant Michael Salmon of Michigan State Police, who was very involved with the emergency response teams and units that would go around to barricaded gunmen, for example. He also knows my professional expertise in presenting prosecution cases and working with the police forces that I deal with. And I also have an endorsement from the attorney, Daniel Schwam, who does some defense work here, but is still also currently a prosecutor in Calhoun County on some special cases. So that just kind of gives you a well-rounded knowledge of the people in the community with whom I have worked and who know my experience level and how I present cases and my legal knowledge to be able to fairly oversee cases were I to be fortunate and humbled enough to be elected judge. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Anyone else? Steve, you good?
Oh, I just said a word or two.
All right.
Good guys. He's lived in the community over 60 years, and I've been in Kalamazoo for about 60 years. We think we should be in charge. I know President Carter, I wrote him, I wanted to get in the service. He wrote me back a decent letter. He's more than an honest man. And Mr. Biden wrote me a letter, and he told me that I'm very optimistic. And I honor Mr. Biden, and I hear a lot of things on the media, Trump, Biden, Trump, Biden. When are people going to stop picking on them and start respecting each other's views before they make any judgment? That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, seeing no one else, no hands raised online. We will move to item number 13, reports of officers, bodies, administrator, controller. I don't have a report. We'll say happy belated birthday to Administrator Catlin. Don't keep your birthday a secret again. And then also, congratulations to Commissioner Morales. She graduated this past Saturday. She got her master's from Western. Congratulations. I'm excited and I'm really proud of you. I should have called Tracy Hall for some sappy words, but I don't got it. I don't got them. Yeah, I think that's all I have. Welcome, Ed. Vice Chair.
Just really quick, happy belated birthday to Kevin too. I was informed by the chair that it was his birthday yesterday and nobody knew. But also, just really brief, we're going to be getting commissioners a lot of information as it pertains to the 2025 budget, and as well as information as it pertains to the 2024 budget as we do our 6-month review of how we've been spending the 2024 as expenditures and revenues are starting to come in now. But just we've got a really busy season. This is going to get approaching budget time, and I love budget time because I think that's where we can actually make the most difference to people in our communities. We are the fiduciary agent of the county, so I'm looking forward to some long nights and some long agreements and disagreements, and we'll get there at the end. But thanks. Bo is probably not sleeping.
Vice Chair Pro Tem.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, all of our commissioners. As we are getting close to the 4th of July, 2 days away, and the fact that we have a great country to live, work, and play in. That flag there has gone through a lot. This country has gone through a lot. We haven't always done exactly as we had hoped to, but we are working towards it. And that was the beauty of our Constitution that allows us to make the changes that we need to make to represent all people here in our country and in our community. And I hope we all keep that in mind during our celebration of the 4th of July and as we work on. And once again, please keep in mind all of the men and women of our military who protect us here and abroad, our men and women who protect us here locally, police and fire that are out there every day, including the 4th, to protect us and keep us safe, and our ambulance folks. And take a moment when you see them to thank them for their hard work that they do and the work that they attempt to do to keep us all safe. Keep in mind all of our folks, our administrators, and all of our workers here in Kalamazoo County that work to make this a great community to work, live, and play. And I want everybody to have a safe holiday. Keep in mind we're watching for you out on the roads. Mr. DeLu and myself and the other hundreds of law enforcement people are working this weekend and this holiday to keep us safe. So please be safe. Don't drive crazily. It's becoming a huge issue. And unfortunately, we see a lot of injuries and deaths due to inappropriate driving. So please drive safely and have a safe holiday. And we'll see you in the next.
Thank you, Vice Chair Pro Tem. Administrator Catlin.
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair Pro Tem, Commissioners, audience. I want to say thank you for all of the warm birthday wishes. That's very much appreciated. Had a good time yesterday. I worked, so just kidding. No, it was a very good day. Very good day. So thank you everyone for that. Just want to thank staff as well for preparing tonight's packet. It's a lot of work goes into this, and we try to be as thorough as we can. And apologies for the tech issues on the civic clerk side. We'll make sure we review that in more detail to make sure those attachments are in there. I have actually multiple things to cover, and some of them require some decision making tonight. So the first one being is an update on the corporation counsel search. So we've narrowed that down, and I say we, it was a team of 11 individuals internally that met and interviewed a total of we had 8 candidates, so I apologize, 7 candidates, but one backed out because they found a position in the interim. We interviewed 6 candidates total, narrowed it down to 4, and we tentatively had scheduled those interviews July 16th. However, there's a lot of activity occurring on the July 16th meeting. So we're kind of cautioning against actually interviewing the candidates July 16th and rather hosting possibly a special county board meeting for just conducting those interviews. Our thought is that we could conduct these either that Thursday on the 18th. We can conduct it that following week on the 23rd, the 24th, or our preference would actually be the 25th, which is a Thursday. And the reason why that might be preferred is because the board appointments committee occurs on that day from 4 to 5. And so we could potentially already have 4 commissioners here for the board appointments committee, have the others join at about 5 p.m. and then host those interviews back to back starting at 5 p.m. on the 25th. We were hoping that we could get an answer on that tonight or some other date, so that way we can reach out to the candidates and have them scheduled for interviews for a public meeting in front of the board of commissioners. July 25th, so that's a Thursday. And we'll probably start at 5 then, because the board appointments committee starts at 4.
And you said how many interviews?
So we'll have 4 interviews. I do expect that they will be an hour apiece. We do have 9, there are 9 questions. I'll say this though, we had 12 questions during our interviews, and a lot of them we did get done, I would say between 25 and 35 minutes. So it is very possible if we tell candidates to be thorough yet concise and emphasize the conciseness, that they could get done in about 30 to 35 minutes, because you all have 10 questions. So each of you will be able to ask a question. Then the last question is, does the candidate have any questions for the board? So we should be able to get done on time if they're concise.
Okay. Food, yeah.
Yes, there are different questions than what yes, that's a great question. Yeah, so we asked 12 questions. These are totally different questions than what the interview panel had asked in the first place. Yep.
Can we as commissioners see the questions?
Absolutely, yes. So we can send those out. I can send them out actually here pretty shortly. Yes, I can get those to you. So does that sound like that's a plan, 25th? So we can get that scheduled. We'll have Dina work on the public notice for that. So thank you. Well, that was rather simple. The next one is an update on the DEI director position. So we've received 24 applications for that. I've since closed the position. The position was open for a whole month. We've received some very quality candidates or applications rather. So we're going to start going through those, narrowing that list down, and then assembling a team, a panel to interview that position. I know that through board leadership, there are commissioners that may have interest in participating on an interview panel for that position. And so I'd like to garner, I know that Chair Ray wanted to be on the panel, but if anyone else wants to be on that panel, just let me know. You don't have to let me know tonight, but probably, hopefully by the beginning of next week, just let me know. We can get you on an interview panel for that too. We do plan on having at least 2 members of the Community Advisory Committee on that panel as well. So we'll have that. We'll get that scheduled hopefully closer to the end of the month too, for some first round, second round interviews. So that's the update on that. We wanted to update the board on the employee emergency relief fund. So I was able to sign that agreement with a nonprofit organization that administers employee relief programs for various employees, actually internationally. They're called the Employee Relief Fund, no, I think it's called the Emergency Assistance Fund. Thank you, Lou. Yes, I was like, it's not called the Employee Assistance Fund, the EAF. So Emergency Assistance Fund. Thank you. So the EAF, so that fund, Deputy Administrator Cole has been working with that nonprofit to work on the kind of the intricacies of the agreements and things like that. Now that the contract is signed, Deputy Administrator Cole is assembling a qualifying events committee internally to establish kind of what events would qualify an employee to receive that assistance. So We've sent that invitation out to the courts, to all of the electeds. We have a group of department heads that will be participating on a committee. We would extend an invitation to anyone on the Board of Commissioners that wants to assemble and convene with that group to kind of go over what events would qualify an employee for some emergency relief. And but we would need to know that as soon as possible too, because we want to get that program up and running as well. So if anyone has any interest, please let us know tonight and we'll absolutely. So we'll make sure Commissioner Morales, you're certainly on it, and Tara will make no, and yes, Chair Ray. So absolutely. So we'll make sure that that's noted and you all are sent the invite for that. Just reminding you all, and I know you already know, but July 30th, special county board meeting, as Vice Chair articulated, we will have the first half of 2024 revenue expenditures to you. You will have the new funding requests. You also have obviously the annual audit to you, which I believe I've already sent out in advance in anticipation of the July 16th meeting presentation for the annual audit. So all of that will be to you. We also plan on having a very rough draft of the strategic plan that Allison Brunette and her team have been working on. So you'll be able to see some of those concepts that have kind of come out of that process to be able to align some of the budget priorities to some of that as well. So it should be a good time on the 30th. We'll meet right in the conference room 207A at 5 p.m. for that. We have made some good headway on the Gold Road Justice Complex renovation. And so with the approval of that contract tonight, they plan on tentatively starting on July 8th next week, actually. So to ensure that the new judges, well, it won't be the new judges, it'll actually be Chief Judge Jaguar's courtroom, but to ensure that he's able to start in that courtroom January 1st. And then the new judge, I don't know if you all know this, but we were informed that the new judge will be taking on the criminal docket. So they'll actually be out here at the Justice Center. So they're just making some changes there in the circuit court. So just wanted to give you an update on that. Another update, so you all have tasked administration with drafting a Office of Emergency Management transition plan, which is complete. I actually sent that plan to the sheriff's office on June 14th for comment and review. I've tried to meet with the sheriff on many occasions, but our schedules haven't been aligning. So I've asked that he kind of submit some comments and his team submit comments, hopefully by next Monday when I meet with board leadership, but we can get that draft plan out to the board after I have a chance to meet with board leadership. So that plan is complete. I was informed that emergency management coordinator or director Mike Horfman is retiring this month. So some of that stuff will likely need to be accelerated if the idea is to transition it. So anyway, we can share that plan with board leadership and then kind of go from there. Couple of updates on a budget related item with the state. As you know, the state passed the budget, so which was a good thing. The governor has yet to sign it, but we do expect that she will. And we are expecting a slight increase in revenue sharing dollars from the state. However, it is the way that the dollars are actually being distributed is different from prior years. So the 11.5% increase across the board is not what we will realize at the county. It doesn't translate to an 11.5% increase. So we're waiting on the Department of Treasury to release those estimates, and then we can get that out to the board. I don't expect that I'll have it by the 30th, but if we do, we'll definitely share that information. You'll notice that tonight I also sent the retirement system valuation to the board. And so you will notice that for 2023, from the actuals that were overfunded 107.5%, which is an increase of 6.4% from 2022, which was overfunded at 101.1%. So we had a slight increase there. And then, so the last two things I want to talk about, and we're just kind of seeking some board direction on this, and not necessarily trying to garner information for tonight, but it is something that's looming here, so that the Oversight and Transparency Database Committee, so we have folks that were appointed to that committee. However, as you are aware, there's no staff liaisons for that committee that can convene them. So we're looking for direction on how we're to proceed with coordinating this committee. This is kind of almost a similar situation that we have with the opioid task force, right? So administration has kind of stepped in. Deputy Administrator Smith has been coordinating with that committee, has been, I say, the de facto liaison. So we have some ideas on who, because of the kind of the task that's associated with them, who should possibly be a staff liaison, but it would require conversations with other elected offices and or courts. So just considering the type of data that they're looking at, administration necessarily isn't possibly not the right partner to be overseeing something like that. But we're willing to step in where we need to step in. And then the last item I wanted to discuss, I've discussed this and have kept Vice Chair and Vice Chair Pro Tem very aware of this, but the T-Mobile Metro building, as you know, we're working on the parking garage. And so the demolition work was scheduled to be completed in June, but as I found out, because of our bureaucratic processes, so I can approve applying the application for grants, but then the board has to approve the acceptance of grants. So in the interim, when we had the work scheduled, it had to go back on a board agenda for approval. That contractor then proceeded to complete other work in the county, which included demolishing buildings such as buildings in our like Willem Preserve. So that was like 60 to 80 buildings, and now they're down in Vicksburg. So the actual contractor themselves are fairly busy. Buildings and Grounds is working with them, and we'll try to get the demolition work on an accelerated schedule. But it's more or less we're at the mercy of contractors that are tied up on other projects. But so that work is going to get scheduled as soon as possible. And that's all I have this evening. I know we have some questions, and I'm happy to answer those. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Administrator. Questions? Commissioner Sharps?
Thank you, Chair Ray. Minister Catlin, during the interview process for the Open Database Advisory Board, Sheriff Fuller did express enthusiastic interest in participating and working as a, I don't know if the staff liaison or if he would need additional support, but just to clarify, he is very willing to participate with that body and help lead discussions.
Vice Chair?
Yeah, a couple ones. I'll start with the pension actuarial stuff. When do we make a determination? Is that when we meet with our actuarials that we make the determination of plan coverage? Or for instance, we were talking last year about not a cost of living, but a slight increase for retirees based on years of service. When is the appropriate time to kind of bring that into the new plan when you're trying to come up with assumptions?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. I think that we should start those discussions now. And, the Retirement Investment Committee, would obviously be included in those discussions, but it's something that Pension Council will need to kind of opine on too. But I think we should start it now so that way something could take effect January 1, 2025. So we should align it with the budget cycle. Yeah.
So it would be aligned with the budget. Okay. And then the second one with the emergency management. Have we had conversations? Are you waiting to meet with Rick before you meet with Jeff and Monteith, or is that the kind of the plan? You're going to meet with him first and then meet with Monteith or him, then leadership, and then because I think we as a board didn't we approve Monteith and Jeff? I don't think it was part of the motion. I was looking back through the motion and that wasn't in the motion, but we discussed it in closed session. But I guess I'll talk to you about that later because I was reading through the motion and you're right, it wasn't in the motion at all, but I do remember discussing that. So could be my brain is not working right, but I just FYI that was somewhere in.
Absolutely. No, that's okay. If that's the desire of the board, I can certainly work through Vice Chair Pro Tem and Commissioner Morales, and we can do it that way. I do know that apparently we are running up against some time issues, so some time constraints. One, there's no emergency management specialist position, so that was Jeff Parsons. He's now the sheriff's office administrator, so he took that position. And then Mike Korfman, the emergency management director, is retiring apparently this month from what I just found out. So I have tried to coordinate a meeting with the sheriff's office. Like I said, our calendars just are not aligning. So I've asked for written comments and just waiting on those, but I'm happy to meet with the two and get back to the board too.
Maybe if meet with just the two of them without Rick, or when Rick gets available, just so all bases are kind of, because I think that those two represented in our discussions, they represented kind of both viewpoints of the whole thing. And if they're in the room and they're both in agreement to something, then I mean, I'm good to go. I don't even need to, if you guys are good, that's where I'm at as a commissioner, at least.
Absolutely. I will coordinate a meeting with both, and yeah, we can discuss the draft plan. Absolutely.
Any other questions? All right, Commissioner DeLu?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
and I'm sorry, my apologies. In terms of the special meeting regarding the corporate council interviews, was there a motion made to schedule that meeting? Because there needs to be a motion made to schedule the special meeting of the corporation council interviews for July 25th at 5 p.m.
All right, Commissioner DeLu will make that motion from the floor now.
I'd like to make a motion that we meet on July 25th at 5 p.m. for the corporate council interviews.
All right, it's been properly moved and supported. Any discussion? All right, seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Commissioner Gissler? No. All those opposed?
3 or 4 days. Family stuff.
Reschedule.
Trying to get everybody on.
Okay, anyone opposed? Any abstentions? All right, the motion carries. I really wish you would have said that, so somebody didn't have to read 2 questions, but that's okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Of course. All right, Commissioner DeLu?
Well, I didn't have anything till I learned Commissioner Morales received your master's degree, so congratulations. I know you work, you're a commissioner, and you're going to school. I know it's not easy. I went to college for 16 years, but you hang in there and it eventually ends. So congratulations. It's quite a task.
Commissioner Gissler?
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to know what your degree is in. Don't tell me gender studies, please.
Of course not. I'm coming in hard. No, it's teaching, learning, educational studies, and there's a focus on sociocultural foundations. So I study school systems, sense of belonging, that great DEI stuff, and I help. Come on, smile harder, that great DEI stuff. But try to fix school systems and make sure that from high school to college, those tangible handoffs into the workplace, we learn how to, identify, fit in culturally, and just make sure everybody has a safe sense of belonging. So my thesis is on mixed race students attending predominantly white institutions and their experiences.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I have one other thing I'll mention, and that is the small group that I head up that meets on the second Mondays of every month at Michelle's Restaurant on Romance in Portage is going to meet next Monday. And our speaker is going to be Jeff Getting. We're going to have the prosecutor come in and talk to non-political citizens and explain the prosecutor's office, which I think is something that certainly can't be over-explained. So we're really looking forward to that, and we are wide open to anybody else that wants to join us. 8:30 in the morning at Michelle's on Romance Road. Jeff Getting's going to be giving us the word. Thank you.
Commissioner Mazur?
Just a couple of things. Happy birthday, Kevin. I hope it was a wonderful day. Congratulations on your degree too. And happy 4th of July, everyone.
Thank you, Commissioner Mazur. Commissioner Morales?
Well, thank you, Chair. Y'all make a girl feel good and bubbly up in here. I did text Kevin yesterday. I'm gonna be a shiner. and told him happy birthday. Mary Balkema did remind me, although it popped up. So thank you, Director Balkema, for that. And again, thank you for the warm wishes. It has been a journey trying to be a mama and serve the community, both as a county commissioner and as a director of the Kalamazoo Promise, and being hazed at Western Michigan University to get this thesis done. But I think it pushed me to a different point of my life where I need to just focus on doing what's right, and not so much of being engulfed in my feelings. And I think this research helped me to see both sides of the spectrum on the way people think when it comes to race, culture, and identity. And I've seen that pour over into the workplace, specifically on this board with a lot of the decisions that we've had to make regarding DEI and how it's being wiped out nationally, if I'm being honest, on some of the decisions that have been made nationally, specifically down south in Florida and different states where they're taking Black culture and Indigenous out of textbooks, which is very important to keep. So thank y'all again. Have a safe 4th of July. To my partner who always says, make sure we're thinking about our firemen and policemen. We just saw Commissioner Wheeler have to leave for an engagement. So hoping that she had a fire rescue or something that she had to go to. So praying for things like that. We never know, when things are going to happen. And I'm happy to see that some of the cleanup efforts with our past tornado victims is moving slowly, but I am seeing some efforts with people getting relief with big trees coming out their yard. So big up to the city of Portage and the city of Kalamazoo and whoever they've hired to get this tree removal. It kind of looked like a war zone in Millwood and some other places, especially after that last storm. So I won't keep y'all because I'm ready to go. Thanks again. Have a good night.
Commissioner Strips.
Thank you. Congrats, Monteith. Everybody's very proud of you, and I know you've worked very hard. So I'm glad you're getting maybe a little bit more rest in life. No. Well, we all need more rest sometimes, right? Congratulations to you. Happy birthday as well, Administrator Catlin. I'm gonna just begin first. I have a motion to make from the floor, so I'm gonna move that first, and then I'll share some additional comments. I'm gonna move placement of Leroy Gray with Nancy King and the DEI director with a representative of the DEI office to the Kalamazoo County Opioid Settlement Fund Task Force. And I can have some discussion if that moves forward.
I've just speaking of, this is the first I've heard of this. It's not that I'm opposed to it.
Excuse me, Madam Chair. I'm sorry, discussion is out of order at this point, as that the matter has not been seconded. Thank you.
I was gonna tell him that. You gonna support it?
Support it so we can talk about it.
Thank you, Vice Chair.
I'll support it so that we can talk about it, but I'll support. No.
It's already been supported. Now discussion. Oh, wait. Commissioner Strips, please explain.
Okay,
And then you can.
thank you so much. So my apologies to the board for moving this here at the end of our session. But we've had a couple of struggles with some of the representation on the opioid settlement fund task force. So one of the members that we appointed was Mr. Leroy Gray. Leroy was among all the community candidates that stepped forward who demonstrated representation of lived experience on the board. And Mr. Gray has yet to participate in any of the meetings of the task force. We've attempted to reach out to him. We've been unsuccessful in that effort. So hopefully he is okay, but he has not been able to participate. And so it's left some of the voice of community not represented. And so I am elevating one of the applicants that came before us for consideration that received significant support, Nancy King. Nancy King runs the COPE network, which is the primary harm reduction. It's really the only harm reduction organization in the community. her daughter died of a heroin overdose, and she's then committed her life to saving other people from overdose. So she would be a stellar addition to the settlement task force. The other portion of the motion is a replacement of the DEI director with just a representative from the office. So at this current time, we're without a DEI director. And so there is no representation from that office on the task force. So we have other, the health department, community corrections. There are representatives from those offices, so they can sort of send staff that is available. But our resolution identified the DEI director. And so with that position open, there's nobody that can represent that office. So this would allow the coordinator to participate, and once a director is hired, then that person could participate at that time. Yep. So I don't know if that vice chair looks, I don't know if I explained that
Vice Chair?
clearly, but
Okay, I understand the urgency for the, well, it's two different things into one motion. Getting to that, or, yeah, so, the pointing Nancy King to the opioid settlement task force makes sense. She was an applicant and she got a lot, but is this something that we need to do immediately today? Is there a time expediency?
well, we meet again tomorrow for the opioid task force, and we only meet monthly. So it would allow the opportunity for two formal participants to join the session tomorrow if they are able. Nancy King was already scheduled to come to the session and provide us a presentation tomorrow, so it would just add her voice formally to that process. But we've missed a number of meetings without both of those voices present. So my preference would be to fill them. The world does not end if we do not, but it would be good to get it accomplished.
Commissioner Morales.
Thank you, Chair. I don't really have I don't have a reservation. I think that it's important that we fill these spaces, but I also want to be clear about this practice, because prior there was suggestion that someone wasn't attending a meeting and wanted them to resign, and it became a whole thing. So is this practice that we're going to do moving forward? And I know you're diligent, but are there other committees that people aren't showing up to? I just don't want in the next meeting, we start having motions and people saying, hey, this person hasn't been to 5 meetings and we want to appoint someone. I just want to get a clear practice. And I know you can throw a motion from the floor at any time, but I just don't want to see in the future that because someone missed 3 meetings, now we're going to make some recommendations and we don't have a clear picture on what's going on. Thank you.
Commissioner Mazer.
Well, I'm not exactly opposed to it. I don't like it thrown out. I don't like this. I knew nothing about it. And we've had this issue before, and it makes me very uncomfortable, and I probably would not support it.
Any other discussion? Vice Chair.
One, the having a representative from the DE office there, I think that's something that probably should be done today. I think telling Nancy to please come tomorrow, and that we'll have her on the consent agenda. We can, leadership can talk about putting her on the consent agenda for an appointment on the 16th, and we'll do that at the very next meeting, so it follows a little bit more of the process portion of it. I'd be okay with that. Moving the representative portion now, because I think that is more of a time constraint issue. Whereas the appointment process, I think the world wouldn't end if we waited 2 more weeks, and we'd be following process more. So that's kind of where I'm at on that.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Commissioner Stripes.
Thank you, Vice Chair, for that. So I will move an amendment of the motion to replace the Director of DEI with a representative from the DEI office for the Kalamazoo County Opioid Task Force, if that's amenable to my support.
All right, any discussion on the amendment? All right, seeing none, can we do a roll call vote, please?
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler,
Yes.
Commissioner Mazer,
No.
Commissioner Morales?
Yes.
Chair Ray? Commissioner Strips?
Yes.
Vice Chair Taylor?
Yes.
Commissioner Wheeler? Commissioner DeLu?
Yes.
Commissioner Gisler?
No.
You have 5 yeses.
All
6
right.
yeses.
6 yeses, the motion carries. Commissioner Shrubs, you have anything else for your time?
Oh, thank you. I had other comments I wanted to make. Thank you so much. So I had the opportunity today to share an event at the sheriff's office that I just wanted to take a minute to touch base on with everybody else. So this was the first graduating group from the Ignite program that they are running at the Kalamazoo County Jail. And this was really held like a formal graduation for current inmates at the county jail who participated in the program. This was run in collaboration with Urban Alliance, and this was a 12-week program in which the young men involved all participated in a number of educational opportunities that helped them identify the trauma in their lives and the way that they have been responding to it with maybe high-risk behaviors and learning other choices that they can make, learning about how to deal with substance use issues in their life and anger management. They had support on developing their and deepening their skills as fathers, budgeting skills, life skills. So we heard from a number of the program organizations that supported these folks. And then we also heard from 3 of the graduates of this first class. And I must share, I mean, this was a deeply moving ceremony. And I think I just cannot express my gratitude for Sheriff Fuller's leadership on this issue. When we really think about the opportunity where we can take a approach instead of caging people who have made mistakes and their lives are ruined, and moving it into a place where people have an opportunity to take a different path and to really be rehabilitated, and to know they do that with the support and love of a community that still sees their dignity and value, even though something bad has happened in their lives. Along with Sheriff Fuller, I want to lift up Captain Bishop, who's the lead at the jail, for his leadership in this program. And then over and over, the graduates talked about Lieutenant Falk, who was sort of the lead liaison of the sworn officers, and just how closely he committed and connected with these men. And it was really tremendous. And I wanted to just elevate that when we have opportunity to find ways to support that type of work. That was great stuff today, really, really. So thank you for letting me share that. And then otherwise, I can't remember what else I wanted to share. So thank you all very much. Enjoy the holiday. Please be safe, and take serious the freedoms that we have. Thank you.